All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to a very different kind of stream. This, I think, is my first ever writing stream. So it took me a bit to set up tonight. I was hoping to get started around 1 o'clock, but yeah, there was a lot that needed to be done. I'm not going to be doing any gaming tonight. I'm going to be just working on my book. And as you can tell by the title, I am doing my rewrite of the prologue. So I started writing this fantasy novel about, oh my goodness, I want to say 2019, late 2019, maybe even 2020, somewhere in there. So I've been working on this definitely a solid 4 years, going into 5 years at the most. I already wrote the first book in the series, and when I was going back to do my my second draft, there were a lot of things that I wanted to just kind of change. The original book was meant to be sort of a pastiche to Japanese light novels, so of course it was a portal fantasy, and but it read too much like a light novel. It read too much like a portal fantasy that you would see on some turned into some bad anime, and I thought, I could do better. I should take this more seriously. So rather than do a second draft, I opted for a complete rewrite of the entire novel, which was something that I wasn't really hoping or wanting to do. But I already have all of the main story beats and the characters and whatnot. But this gave me an opportunity to introduce more characters, to introduce a bit more of a grounding in the world of the story. So one of the things that I wanted was a strong prologue, and I know that those are very optional on a lot of fantasy novels. Some don't have a prologue at all, and others have a very lengthy prologue. And I was going for a type of very lengthy prologue. So this is kind of my attempt at taking the prologue that I wrote and trimming it down a little bit, because it ended up being like 13 or 14 pages, near 4,000, 5,000 words, something. Actually, I think it was more than that. I think it was pushing like 6,000 words. So I'm going to be trying to trim that down a little bit. So in the prologue here, I've already wrote, I pulled this out today. That's why I'm doing this stream. I've been really, I got a fire under me today to work on my book, which has been sitting on the shelf for several months now. And I don't like that. I was hoping I could get way more accomplished by summer than I did. And I pulled it out, and I remembered that I needed to work on the prologue. So here we are. And I've been working on it today. So I figure I am going to continue while the iron is hot, and while the all this stuff is kind of going around in my head, because it's real easy to put something down and then forget where you were at, what you were feeling. It's sort of, you can lose the immersion sometimes. Anyway, this is where we're at. I will go ahead and set up a scene here for the prologue. It takes place in the past in my fantasy world. Like I said, it's a portal fantasy, so you're going to have characters from our world that travel to this fantasy world. But the prologue starts in the fantasy world, and it grounds the reader in the sort of story that they're going to get. Chapter 1 is an extension of that, because it shows the sorts of characters that our main characters are going to be. So prologue is basically setting up, this is a fantasy world. This is some of the stuff that you can expect to find in the fantasy world. And these are some of the, just a little bit of lore dropping here and there, a little bit of world building. So in the prologue, we are introduced to Karis, who is a sorceress, a very powerful sorceress, and her traveling companion, a priestess by the name of Arule. And they are in the abandoned city of Ma-Elor, which is a sort of a fortress city, like one of the oldest cities in the civilization on the eastern continent. And this is a city that resides on the mountain, the Holy Mountain. Karis is on a quest. We don't know what that is yet. I know what that is. And she has been injured. And she is not very pleased with the Dread Gods. So what I'm doing right now is I decided to, since Karis is a character, a new character that I introduced for the rewrite of the prologue, because having two characters on page gives me an opportunity to bounce information back and forth. Of course, you have to be careful that you're not turning them into talking heads, but it gives you an opportunity to drop some lore, to drop some backstory, to drop a little bit of world building in the casual course of conversation. And you can also have action beats. You can also set up a little bit of tension, and you can show a lot of things in just the course of a conversation. So having a single character, like I did in the first version of the prologue, carry the entire prologue is exceptionally difficult. And I think that that's one reason why I chose to go the route of rewriting it. So what I'm doing now is I decided that I wanted Arule's name to have the let me see, what is this letter called? An E acute. Yeah, I wanted to put that little accent on the E to give the readers an indication that her name isn't a rule, it's Arule. So we're going to do that. I'm just going to go through here real quick and make that change. And then I'm going to start doing some writing. And when I'm writing, I will put some music on. You'll see that there's music by Alexander Nakarada, Creator Chords, and you can find them over on YouTube. I've got a playlist of about 6 songs that kind of seem medieval fantasy-esque. So that's what I'm going to be listening to. They're royalty free, so hopefully I don't get my channel shut down. When I am writing, I will have this sign up right here, writing in progress. So if anybody comes in and you have any questions, I'll be able to answer your questions when that sign is off. So it's going to be sort of like recording in progress in the studio. I don't want to have to stop while I'm in the flow of a writing stint to try to answer questions or talk about what I'm doing. Anyway, let me go through here real quick and make sure that I've got her name corrected here with the appropriate E accent here. Oh wait, that's not it. There we go. Let's see. Eating miss. Truth be told, she hadn't felt like eating or drinking anything. My allure. Were it not for Arule's concerns. Add to dictionary. She would have eaten nothing in the 11 days they'd been in the holy city of the dread gods. All right. I heard that motherly tone again. Reluctantly, curt nod. I really hesitated. We'll add that to dictionary. All right. I'm probably not going to be reading this because I'm terrible at narration. There are a few passages here that I really like. What I'll do is, when I'm finished, I will just, I'll kind of scroll through. So if anyone wants to pause the stream or the VOD, they can read this, and then, I am open to some criticism. Like if someone thinks there's a better choice of words, word usage, for example, grammar and style. I typically am pretty firm in my own style. There are going to be things that I will write that are going to be very stylistic choices, and I will fight. I will fight to die on that hill. Other times, if someone can give me a great alternative, I might take it. But this isn't going to be a audience participation stream where people get to sort of tell me how to write. This isn't that. I know where this is going. I know what I'm doing. Feedback is great. I'm always open to feedback. But I have to remind everyone, like I often have to remind myself, while this is a rewrite, this is still very much a first draft. This is early access. This is before actually, this is even before early access. This is pre-alpha build, So we're not even in the alpha build yet, let alone the beta or the release. So there are things that are still subject to change, and I am even apt to scrap the whole thing, which was what I was actually considering before I picked it up today. So let me just do a search here. And just check. Okay, making sure that all the instances have been corrected. All right, our relay now is spelled correctly. Excellent. All right. So let me put some music on. I'm gonna try to get back into the vibe here, and I'm gonna get some writing done. I will come back when I take a very small break. So please enjoy the music while we wait. All right. I think we got a good bit written here. Let me see. How much should we do? 259 words. That's a pretty good stint right there. All right. I am going to read just this little bit to try to see how it flows. So, again, apologize. I am not a narrator. So, we'll start, with right about here. You can thank the dread gods for that, Karis said with a frown. Speaking of which, Aurele hesitated, then rose to her feet and took a step away. I was thinking I should go with you next time. My status as a priestess may offer us some advantage in the negotiations. You are barely a priestess, and from what I've experienced, piety does not go very far with them. Still, it's out of the question. I'd just as soon toss you to a roving band of devilkin than offer you up to those bastards. Reaching down to place a palm on her stomach, Karis shifted her gaze to follow Aurele as she set to lighting a fire in the hearth. Besides, she whispered, if they don't break your mind, your body will surely be crushed. I swore to follow you to the ends of the world, remember? Karis snickered, spread her hands out above her. I'd say that Ma Elor is as close as one can get to the ends of the world. You won't even consider it. Aurele's voice grew quiet. I will not. It's enough that I must contend with them. I'll not have you putting yourself in danger just by being in their presence. The dread gods were harsh masters. For 11 days, Karis had sought their audience, and 11 times she'd been thrown out. Each time she came away wounded. She winced at the thought of the fresh wound, and instinctively cupped her hand over her abdomen. The pain was almost gone. By tomorrow, it would be healed completely, and she would start again. Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons, old-world monsters, legends, gods. The painting showed them as benevolent rulers, creators bringing life to the dark corners of the world. For the past 11 days, she'd grown to know them better. Dreadful, awful creatures, bathing in their own solitude, contented in their own selfish amusements. No, Aurele, you will not be facing those bastards. Not if I can help it. By the time the pottage was done, Karis was healed enough to sit up, and Aurele brought her a bowl and spoon, but insisted on blowing on it thoroughly before handing it to her. Karis indulged her as repayment for earlier. I'm sorry, she said, taking a spoonful from the still steaming bowl. I know you don't like being left by yourself. Oh, it's fine. I promise it won't be much longer, Karis told her, offering her a thin smile. Okay. We're going to change that to Karis said. I'm of the opinion that said is very much a requirement. I mean, for me, anyway. I can always tell when writers go out of their way to not use said. And in the same way that some people can overuse he said, she said, they said, and, you know, it begins to stand out to them. I can usually, you know, it stands out to me when writers deliberately don't use said, and they try to, you know, replace it with different tags entirely, or an action, or something. And I find it very distracting. I also find it kind of odd because it's like, you know, I know you don't like using said, but it looks like you're trying to obliterate it from the dictionary entirely. So I sprinkle said in there whenever I can, or told, asked, because I think that for me they're necessary. Anyway, so now we've got a little bit more of a look into where Karis is at. She is going to meet the dread gods every day, and every day they throw her out physically, and she gets battered up. And this last time, she got very injured. She took a nasty fall and got a horrible gash in her stomach. And you know, it's good thing she's a sorceress, because it probably would have killed most anyone else. In fact, it's very likely that if anyone other than Karis were going to present themselves before the dread gods, they would already be dead. So it's, yeah. Let's see now. Trying to think of where I want to go with this next. In the original version, like I said, in the first version of the prologue, Karis was by herself. And so I'm going to probably change what happens next, because she spends a night, and then the next day she leaves out again to go try once more. It's very important, this quest that she's on, this mission. It is probably one of the most important quests anyone can ever have. And you know, that's going to come across. It's definitely going to come across, and we're gonna see that. I want to just go back over what I wrote real quick and just give it a cursory check for consistency and some you know, some grammar and stuff. So let me see. I'm gonna do this here. All right. All right. Take that out. Let me try something here. All right, we'll do this. I don't want to make that 2 separate sentences, so I'm just gonna do this. All right, so we've got two closely related independent clauses, and then the comma before completely, or after completely, and she would start again. Final coordinate clause. So yeah, that works. That works much, much better. Okay. Let's check this here. Okay, so we've got related ideas, dreadful, awful creatures, bathing in their own solitude, contented in their own selfish amusement, parallelism, all right. Check this. All right. So far, so good. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. So let me read this part here. You want to consider it? I will not. It's enough to know that I must contend with them. I'll not have you putting yourself in danger just by being in their presence. The dread gods were harsh masters. For 11 days, Karis had sought their audience, and 11 times she'd been thrown out. Each time she came away wounded. She winced at the thought of the fresh wound, and instinctively kept her hand over her abdomen. The pain was almost gone. By tomorrow, it would be healed completely, and she would start again. Yeah. Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons, old world monsters, legends, gods. Problem with having a lot of ellipses is it can be visually distracting and can slow down the pacing, but this is a stylistic choice right here, and I'm sticking with it. You know, sort of a lingering. Old world monsters, linger. Legends, linger. And then impact. Gods. And then, of course, the internal monologue. Always love a good internal monologue wherever I can. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's check this next bit here and see how it works out. All right. This sentence is massive right here. So by the time the pottage was done, Karis was healed enough to sit up. Yeah, we're gonna break this up. That's gonna be a period. This is gonna be the start of a new sentence. Aurele brought her a bowl and spoon, but insisted on blowing on it thoroughly before handing it to her. Karis indulged her as repayment for earlier. Okay, I think that works much better. So splitting that massive sentence up into 2 sentences works much better. Let me see. I think I want to change this part here. Insisted on blowing on it thoroughly first. No, first insisted. First insisted. Insisted first. Insisted first? On first, blowing on it thoroughly. Let me see. Check this. Yeah, that's much better. I'm sorry, she said, taking a spoonful from the still steaming bowl. I know you don't like being left by yourself. Now this is definitely, this is telling right here. This is very telling. This conversation, and you're allowed to do that. I am going to say many times in the course of this that I hate, absolutely loathe, the crutch, the over dependence on showing and telling as a rule set for writing. I think that if you're just starting off as a writer, like a baby writer, it's a great tool to use in your arsenal, but it is simply a tool. It's like a hammer or a ratchet or a screwdriver. They all come in handy for different things when you're constructing something. You wouldn't use a one tool to build the whole thing. I feel like a lot of times many writers try to use the tool show don't tell, show versus tell, like an omni tool that does it all, and it just doesn't. You can't do that. But I think early on, it is a great tool, but as you write more and more and more, it is a tool that you're going to depend on less and less and less, because you're going to know when to tell, when to get to the point. And you're going to figure out that an over dependence on showing is just mind numbing. It can just lead to page after page after page of utter bullshit. So, yeah, I am not an advocate of show don't tell as a constant measure of one's writing prowess. When I hear the critique, oh, there's so much showing, to me, it's about as worthless as a critique as if someone simply said, oh, it was so boring, because that's almost subjective. You know, some people like boring. Some people like showing. Some people don't like showing. Wait, too much showing? No, too much telling. That's what it is. What did I say? I said too much showing. Yeah. People say, "Oh, it's got too much telling." It depends. It depends on the situation. You know, what you may perceive as too much telling may fit the scene. You know, I feel like sometimes telling can fall under the category of stylistic choice a lot of times. And I think it's very appropriate at times. So no, I don't like show versus tell, and I will fight very hard to have telling included in narrative. Because I mean, after all, we're storytellers, not story showers. I'm not an actor. I'm not going to act out my book for you. I'm going to tell it to you, and you're going to picture it in your head. And if I feel like I need to describe it for you a little bit better, then I will. You know, if I need to say someone was crying, someone was sad, they were pissed, they were angry, I will. Simple as that. Anyway, rant over. I think I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll do another writing stint. So I'm going to hit the BRB button, guys, and I will be back in about 5 minutes. So you can go grab a snack or something, grab a drink, and I will meet you back here. We'll get some more writing done. All right, BRB. All right, guys, I am back. And all right, so I caught a an error here in the internal monologue. No, Aurele, you will not be facing those bastards. Not if I can help it. I I overlooked the will, not the will. So I got that taken care of. I'm gonna do something here. I need to capture the cursor. So yeah, let me see. Does this highlight? Yes, it does. That's what I needed. All right. So yeah. This part right here, you will not be facing those bastards. The will was I forgot to add that. So I went ahead and added it. Now, one thing that I want to do is I need to include the location of where they're at. Now, I know that they are inside the massive fortress city of Ma Elor. An abandoned city, an ancient abandoned city. And they are in the center in a large library inside one of the keeps. Inside like the palace or whatever. It was a very luxurious city, very luxurious castle. So naturally, being a very old city and a very city that had existed for a long, long time, they have a library filled with lots of scrolls, lots of pages. Because this city is so very, very old, there's not really any books. So there's just a lot of scrolls and a lot of sort of stitched together makeshift leaflet type things. Because, books take time. The introduction of that sort of thing. So they didn't really have books at that particular era when this city was in its heyday. Yeah, this is going to be a grand library. And I need to kind of include that somewhere. So I'm thinking of including it in the first mention of the painting. Let me check something here. Okay, yeah. A fresco. So that's kind of what it would be. But a fresco is not a word that exists, I don't think, in this world. But that's essentially what it is. So the first mention of the fresco, okay, so let me see. From her place on the floor, Karis had a full view of the ancient painted ceiling, a depiction of some long forgotten moment of the ancient world. High above the grand library. Right. So now I've established that they're in a grand library. And also, I mean, I did mention that she smelled only old. Let me see. Where is it at? Need to change books. Dusty scent of rotten scrolls and furniture. I think this is a better visualizer. The only smells she'd noticed were the dank, dusty scent of rotten scrolls on leaning shelves. Was? Let me see. I think was would work better there. Let me test my hypothesis here. Okay, I think I will go back to using were, not was. Yeah. The only smells she'd noticed were the dank, dusty scent of rotten scrolls on leaning shelves, not the aroma of food. Okay, that works. So now we've got two things that indicate that they're in an old library. Page 1, this sentence here, from her place on the floor, Karis had a full view of the ancient painted ceiling, a depiction of some long forgotten moment of the old world high above the grand library. Specifically states where they're at. And then on page 2, we're talking about food. What did you make? Karis asked, leaning up just enough to look around. I might come back to this sentence and change it. The only smells she'd noticed were the dank, dusty scent of rotten scrolls on leaning shelves. Yeah. Okay. That works. All right. Let's get back down here. Okay. By the time pottage was done, Karis was healed enough to sit up. Hourly brought her a bowl and spoon, but insisted on first blowing on it thoroughly. Karis indulged her as repayment for earlier. I'm sorry, she said, taking a spoonful from the still steaming bowl. I know you don't like being left by yourself. Oh, it's fine. I promise it won't be much longer, Karis said, offering her a thin smile. All right. Let me get back in the zone here. I'm going to put the music back on, and I am going to put the writing in progress sign up. So if anybody comes in, if you got any questions, I will be answering them when I'm done with my stint. So sit back and enjoy the music and watch me make a total mess of this. Hopefully not, though. I'm going to put the playlist back at the beginning. It's the same 6 songs. I'm going to try to do a better playlist in the future. But finding royalty-free music can be a bit of a nightmare sometimes. So the only caveat for using this this creator's music is that I just simply need to credit them. So that's why I've got that credit there. I think there are other playlists with royalty-free, but I'd probably have to credit too many people, and that would take up the whole screen. So we're gonna do this differently. All right, let's get to it here. All right. I am finished with this stint. Let's see. How much did we get finished? I think right about here. So let's see. How much did we get done? 341 words. That's a good stint right there. All right. Let's go over it and give it a check real quick. I'll start here at the scene break. All right. By the time the pottage was done, Karis was healed enough to sit up. Aurele brought her a bowl and spoon, but insisted on first blowing on it thoroughly. Karis indulged her as repayment for earlier. I'm sorry, she said, taking a spoonful from the still steaming bowl. I know you don't like being left by yourself. Oh, it's fine. I promise it won't be much longer, Karis said, offering her a thin smile. Your journey's been so long already, and... She paused. It could take even longer. Karis rested her spoon on the edge of her bowl and stared off toward the still crackling fire in the hearth. She would take as long as was necessary, whatever it took to make them understand. It was hard to believe any creator would wish to witness the annihilation of their creation. Surely they could be made to see reason. No, they must see reason. Karis mumbled, taking another bite from her bowl. The food tasted bland. Every bite was like warm, flavorless mud sliding down her throat. She hadn't wanted to say anything. It wasn't Aurele's fault. The food had grown more and more tasteless the longer they'd been in the abandoned city. There were those that believed the ancient city of Ma-Elor was cursed, but in the 5 years Karis had been on her quest, she'd come to understand a thing or two about curses and enchantments. This didn't feel like a curse. It was more akin to a deep well of a great sorrow. I have been reading, Aurele said, bringing Karis from her thoughts. Oh? Most of the scrolls here are too rotten to make out, but there are some that are still intact. Karis scanned the old, leaning shelves filled to near bursting with heaps and stacks of parchment. Most of the scrolls were tattered beyond recognition, crumpled into small bits and pieces across the ornate floor. In its prime, the Grand Library of Ma-Elor was the center of learning throughout the whole of the Eastern lands. Karis could all but picture the droves of scholars and sages as they roamed the vast cathedral of knowledge, poring over the works of other great learned men and women. It was enough to make her heart ache, and she swallowed back another bite of food. Bite of the tasteless food. It was a shame that such knowledge was left to rot, to waste away in a place where it would be of no use to anyone. May have to tweak this a little bit. It's very prosy, and I tend to not, I want to wax, purple prose-ish. But, we're doing some internal stuff here in Karis's head, so we're also setting up a little bit of the world building here. For the prologue, we're in an ancient abandoned city, Ma-Elor, on the Holy Mountain. Animals don't go into the Holy Mountain. They've been there for 11 days. Karis is there to see the dread gods. Every time she sees them, they throw her out physically, violently, and she gets wounded almost every single time. The last time, the most recent time, she was wounded very badly. And so this is what we know. And we've also dropped in this bit about whatever it took to make them understand. It's hard to believe that any creator would wish to witness the annihilation of their creation. but we're going to change witness to C. We're going to change this to there. We're going to change this. Let me check something here. All right, we're going to change this word here. Come to perdition, as in great ruin. No. We need something stronger than that. I think annihilation is a better word. It's also very emphatic, very deliberate. We're gonna put an emphasis on surely. All right. Lore. Let me check something here. All right. So we are on page 4, 1,297 words. Still going to be a little bit of a lengthy, prologue here. But that's fine. That's fine. I did have a very, very early draft of a prologue where we see the Dread Gods. And we also know, because of the fresco, because of the painting on the ceiling of the library that depicts the Dread Gods as dragons, that the dragons are the Dread Gods. So I had described them. There was a scene that I had wrote, but I scrapped it because it was so much so soon. And I felt like it came off as way more, some of it came off as way more cryptic than it needed to be. I mean, there's cryptic, and then there's just teasing people with stuff that doesn't make any sense. You know, sort of like, haha, I know a secret, and I'm going to tell you just this little bit, and you're not going to understand. And that's no fun for anyone, because the truth be told, when we get to understanding what this is about, what this prologue is, who these people are, Karis and Aureli, especially Karis and her quest, then a lot is going to have transpired in the story. Like I said, this takes place in the past, but not so far in the past that you know. Well, anyway, I can't get into that. Spoilery territory. So let's go through here and check this for consistency. Check it for, you know, wordage and stuff. So let's see here. Let me just bring this over here to my editing station here. All right. Okay, so we are going to. I'm gonna go ahead and take this comma out. I think it'll be a lot crispier without it. All right. Let's move on to this part here. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to change that into a compound adjective. Make them understand. Let's see. Create a wish to see their creation. No, I'm going to leave it. I could change it to wish to see their creation face annihilation, but come to annihilation is, I think, more impactful. Okay, the more and more. I'm gonna tighten this up to more. Had grown more tasteless the longer they'd been in the abandoned city. All right, let's continue. So we're going to go here. I was cursed. All right, I'm gonna do this. I may come back to this later and change it. Put that there. Yeah, we're gonna start a sentence with but. My favorite. We got the but at the beginning of a sentence. Or you know what? I could do this. I think this might actually work better. Let me do this. We'll put a comma there. It's kind of loosey-goosey, but it's sort of like it'll then function sort of like a parenthetical. There were those that believed the ancient city of Mylor was cursed, but in the 5 years Karis had been on her quest, she'd come to understand a thing or two about curses and enchantments. So I think we can do it like that. Let's see. Let me check over here. Oh, wow. Oh, horrible. Okay. Okay. I think I'll do this. Well of great sorrow. Most of the scrolls here are too rotten to decipher. Okay, most of the scrolls here are too rotten to read. No, I'm gonna go back to this. Read clearly. You gotta love those words with ly. Some are still intact. Okay. All right. Let's check this last part here. Run it through my word cruncher. Okay. In its prime, the Grand Library of Mylor was the center of learning throughout the Eastern lands. Okay. Tighten that sentence up a little bit. All right, so we're getting into some more telling here, but that's deliberate. It's more like narrative exposition, and then the showing is going to be in the emotive detail. So we've got balance and we've got purpose. Like the emotive detail, you're going to have like, where is it at? Karis could all but picture the troves of scholars and sages. We've got telling, which is this right here in its prime. About the Eastern lands. That's narrative world building. Yeah. And then we've got, so we do have telling, but then we have bodily response. So we've got, you know, sort of like a cause and effect. So we're setting up the world building. We're telling about what this place is, but then we also have like almost like a visceral imagery in Karis's reaction to what this place is. So we've got makes her heart ache, swallow back another bite of the tasteless food, sort of like it's reflective, you know. So yeah, I think this works pretty good. I could probably tighten this up a little bit more, but I'm gonna leave it for right now. We'll come back to it in another draft, probably, maybe. I like where this is at. So let me give this another read real quick now that I've got these small changes fixed. Karis rested her spoon on the edge of her bowl and stared off toward the still crackling fire in the hearth. She would take as long as was necessary, whatever it took to make them understand. It was hard to believe that any creator would wish to see their creation come to annihilation. Surely they could be made to see reason. No, they must see reason. Karis mumbled, taking another bite from her bowl. The food tasted bland. Every bite was like warm, flavorless mud sliding down her throat. She hadn't wanted to say anything. It wasn't Arle's fault. The food had grown more tasteless the longer they'd been in the abandoned city. There were those that believed the ancient city of Ma-Elor was cursed, but in the 5 years Karis had been on her quest, she'd come to understand a thing or two about curses and enchantments. This didn't feel like a curse. It was more akin to a deep well of great sorrow. I've been reading, Arle said, bringing Karis from her thoughts. Oh? Most of the scrolls here are too rotten to read clearly, but some are still intact. Kara scanned the old, leaning shelves filled to near bursting with heaps and stacks of parchment. Most of the scrolls were tattered beyond recognition, crumpled into small bits and pieces across the ornate floor. In its prime, the Grand Library of Ma-Elor was the center of learning throughout the eastern lands. Karis could all but picture the troves of scholars and sages as they roamed the vast cathedral of knowledge, poring over the works of other great learned men and women. It was enough to make her heart ache, and she swallowed back another bite of the tasteless food. It was a shame that such knowledge was left to rot, to waste away in a place where it would be of no use to anyone. Let me see something here. Hmm. um, yeah, I would love to put a little quote there about wisdom, but nothing really comes to mind. Um, let's do this. There. I like that. Let me do this. Got a typo. No. We're gonna do this. I'm seeing a bit of a redundancy. He's being a library ages ago. Let's do that. All right, let's. Okay, got parallel infinitives. No more comma splice. All right. I think that's much better. Yep. I like the visual imagery here of it ceased being a library ages ago. Nothing more now than a sarcophagus filled with the dead bones of decaying wisdom. Yeah, I think that's extremely vivid, and I like it. And we are now at, those little changes have given us 1,311 words. All right, guys, I'm going to take another quick break here. And you guys can do the same. And I will be back in about 5 minutes. BRB. All right, I am back. And let's see. We are very close to page 5. I think we'll probably be a lot further than that before this whole thing is over with. Let me see. I wish there was a decent text to speech that could do the whole document. I've got some sort of text to speech, but I can only do like a couple of paragraphs at a time. Like well, let's see. I think I can do this bit right here. I'll put it in my text to speech and let you guys listen to it.
The Grand Library of Ma'alor was the center of learning throughout the Eastern lands. Karis could all but picture the troves of scholars and sages as they roamed the vast cathedral of knowledge, poring over the works of other great learned men and women. The thought of it made her heart ache, and she swallowed back another bite of the tasteless food.
All right, let's do this last bit here.
It was a shame that such knowledge was left to rot, to waste away in a place where it would be of no use to anyone. It had ceased being a library ages ago. Now it was nothing more than a sarcophagus filled with the dead bones of decaying wisdom.
You know, I wanna see if adding a an M dash there changes that. Let's listen to this whole paragraph again. It's important to read it back to yourself, and if possible, have someone read it back to you as you go along with it. That for you can get that total immersion. So having a text to speech, at least a good one, really helps. So let's see. I think the only thing this one doesn't do well is the names. It gets Karis correctly, but Aurelane does not do very well.
The thought of it made her heart ache, and she swallowed back another bite of the tasteless food. It was a shame that such knowledge was left to rot, to waste away in a place where it would be of no use to anyone. It had ceased being a library ages ago. Now it was nothing more than a sarcophagus, filled with the dead bones of decaying wisdom.
Yeah, I think that little break right there with the M dash, I think that works. I think that works really good. In fact, I think that works much better. I want to hear what this part right here sounds like. I'm going to change this right here real fast. I think that is much better. Okay. Let's see how this reads on that text to speech.
She winced at the memory of her recent encounter and instinctively cupped her hand over her abdomen. The pain was almost gone. By tomorrow, it would be healed completely, and she would start again. Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons. Old world monsters, legends, gods.
I wonder if it would have more impact if I did it like this. Let's try that again.
Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons. Old world monsters, legends, gods. The painting showed them as benevolent rulers, creators bringing life to the dark corners of the world. For the past 11 days, she'd grown to know them better. Dreadful, awful creatures, bathing in their own solitude, contented in their own selfish amusements. No, Oruli, you will not be facing those bastards. Not if I can help it.
Oh, it reads so much better. I didn't like the emphasis on old world monsters. I felt like the text to speech stretched that out, but damn, that reads so good. Let's have it read this part right here.
By the time the pottage was done, Karis was healed enough to sit up. Orly brought her a bowl and spoon, but insisted on first blowing on it thoroughly. Karis indulged her as repayment for earlier. "I'm sorry," she said, taking a spoonful from the still steaming bowl. "I know you don't like being left by yourself." "Oh, it's fine." "I promise it won't be much longer," Karis said, offering her a thin smile.
Okay, now I want to have it read this part right here. That might be too many characters. I can only put so many characters in this text to speech. Yep. Oh, dang it. Okay, I'll have to remove this part right here. All right, let's give it a listen.
The food tasted bland. Every bite was like warm, flavorless mud sliding down her throat. She hadn't wanted to say anything. It wasn't Orule's fault. The food had grown more tasteless the longer they'd been in the abandoned city. There were those that believed the ancient city of Ma-Elor was cursed, but in the 5 years Karis had been on her quest, she'd come to understand a thing or two about curses and enchantments.
Yeah, I don't know why, but the imagery of warm, flavorless mud sliding down her throat just makes me want to retch, and I love that visceral reaction. And and I wrote the damn thing, so if I can elicit that sort of a reaction in myself, I'm sure it could be strong for another reader. let's see. Can I go this far? Nope. How about this? Yeah, I should be able to do this. All right, let's listen to this. I think I'd already listened to some of it before, but I want to listen to it again.
Kara scanned the old, leaning shelves filled to near bursting with heaps and stacks of parchment. Most of the scrolls were tattered beyond recognition, crumpled into small bits and pieces across the ornate floor. In its prime, the Grand Library of Ma'elor was the center of learning throughout the Eastern lands. Karis could all but picture the troves of scholars and sages as they roamed the vast cathedral of knowledge, poring over the works of other great learned men and women.
Yeah, that works pretty good. Let's see. I don't like this sentence right here, this part of the sentence. Try that.
I swore to follow you to the ends of the world, remember? Karis snickered and spread her hands out above her. I'd say that Ma'elor is as close as one can get to the ends of the world. You won't even consider it? Aruli's voice grew quiet. I will not. It's enough that I must contend with them. I'll not have you putting yourself in danger just by being in their presence. The dread gods were harsh masters.
I might have to come back to this sentence right here, but I think it works okay. It's a standalone sentence, and it sort of serves to bridge this train of thought with this new train of thought. I want to listen to this one again. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see if it stretches out the word old again.
Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons. Old world monsters. Legends. Gods. The painting showed them as benevolent rulers, creators bringing life to the dark corners of the world. For the past 11 days, she'd grown to know them better. Dreadful, awful creatures, bathing in their own solitude, contented in their own selfish amusements. No, Oruli, you will not be facing those bastards. Not if I can help it.
I don't know why the text to speech stretches out old world monsters like that. It's kind of amusing. Where it chooses to put emphasis. I mean, I guess I could. It's not hyphenated though. I don't think it should be. Let me check it real quick. Okay, it needs to be hyphenated. That's that. Okay. Yeah, that's what was missing right there. The hyphenated old world monsters. So let's oh my god. Let's try it again. Let's try it again and hear what it says. I bet it's going to be much better now. Instead of old world monsters. I bet it's way more tightened up.
For 11 days, Karis had sought their audience, and 11 times she'd been thrown out. Each time she came away wounded. She winced at the memory of her recent encounter and instinctively cupped her hand over her abdomen. The pain was almost gone. By tomorrow, it would be healed completely, and she would start again. Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons. Old world monsters. Legends. Gods.
Well, the emphasis is still a little wonky, but now it's wonky for an all new reason. Okay. All right. I think all this is not bad at all. Not bad at all. I need to find another playlist, man. Let me see if I can find one here. Let me go to this guy's channel. Playlists. All right, I don't know what this is gonna sound like, but we'll give it a shot here. You caught me right before I started my next writing stint. Is the fun being had? How flow the vibes from the other realms? Are they sufficiently inspiring tonight? Yes, definitely. I've gotten a lot of accomplished here in the rewrite. So, welcome. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Normally, I play video games on this channel, but I have been neglecting my book, and I picked it back up this morning to do some finally start the rewrite on my prologue. And you know, I was in a flow, so I thought, you know, I'm just gonna stream it, see where that goes. So yeah, I'm pleased to say the planets are aligning, and there are words to be had. Let me see. We got. I'm trying to remember where I left off. I think it was about right here. So yeah, I had a little over 300 words written before I started my stream, and now we're at 1,300. So yeah, 2.5 hours, 1,000 words. It's not bad. I could probably do better. But we're we're taking breaks, and I'm going back over and I'm crunching the paragraphs, crunching the words, trying to clean them up a little bit. I know I probably shouldn't, but when I walk away from a piece of it, I don't want to have to go back until I do another draft. So I want to try to clean it up as much as possible. Pretty good. A while back, came up with this aspect for a story that anyone could use. Identical twins. Puberty hits, they both realize the twins are going to be for emotional roller coaster for the two characters. The side characters, it would pull major weight. Oh, that is kind of interesting. Yeah, for sure. I actually thought about once upon a time, because I oftentimes come up with more story ideas than I'll ever be able to write. So most of the time I just write down like an outline or a synopsis, and I have like a folder filled with them. I feel like the day's gonna come. I'm gonna end up being like everyone's favorite, most hated author, James Patterson, because I totally understand how it works now. I think I get why James Patterson has so many books published in a year. I think he literally cannot stop dreaming up stories. And so to get them all out, and I'm not making an excuse for him, love him or hate him, but I think to get the stories out, he just has to give them to other people to write. That's the only way he's going to ever get them done. I don't think it's an ego thing. I don't even think it's a money thing. I think he can't stop coming up with stories. So I totally get it. This story has been in a work in progress for almost 5 years now. I've actually written the first volume. It's an epic saga. It's a portal fantasy. The first volume was already written, and then I didn't like how it leaned very heavily into Japanese light novels, because it was kind of an homage to Japanese isekai, portal fantasy. And I'm like, I'm going to do one just for shits and giggles, and I'm going to change it to where, all the cliches I'm going to subvert. So it was meant to be a pastiche, but it was also meant to be a subversion of all of the anime tropes that you ever see in these things. It was going to be a harem fantasy, but it was going to be a reluctant dude who they weren't going to shy away from the topic. It was going to have a lot of other narrative things that were going to be kind of subverted as well. Everyone wants to see the hero fight the demon lord. Well, demon lord's dead. Problem solved. Hey, thank you for the follow. So I decided to do a complete rewrite because I thought, this is going to be a much bigger story than than one or two light novels. I really need to probably take this serious. Problem is the more serious I get about it, the more I worry what people are going to think of it. That sort of thing. So, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, so it ends up being kind of, you get kind of worried after a while. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. I did an oopsie there. Hang on. Crud. Let me see. There we go. Oh, come on. Where did it go? Well, I got my indentation off. Ooh, I don't like that. the hell did it get off at? Oh, right there. Okay. Oh. You know what? I'll deal with it later. Indentations is just going to bug the shit out of me. This is just, I'm going to transfer this anyway. So where was I at? Right. The whole story is being rewritten, and I debated on whether or not I wanted to do a prologue. A lot of people are kind of on the fence about it, you know, to prologue or not to prologue. And I definitely wanted something that set the tone for the story. You know, this is a portal fantasy. But at the same time, I wanted to get right to the main characters, which start, you know, in our world and then end up being sucked into the fantasy world. So I wanted the reader to follow them as it happened. But at the same time, I felt like there needed to be this little bit of a jarring introduction that kind of set, like I said, the tone. So I wrote a prologue, ended up being like 13 pages and a lot of words. And I've been meaning to do a rewrite of the prologue. So that's what this is. It is a rewrite of the prologue. And once this is done, I'm going to probably tack it on to my book, put the other prologue in a folder, version 1.0, and then continue with the book. I'm 180 pages in, almost 50,000 words, and it's not even halfway finished. So, shit. Yeah, prologues differ from story to story. Mine is very deliberate, and it's also a little bit vague. Introduces the it kind of sets up a little bit of the I don't want to say prehistory, but it sets up a little bit of the history of the world, some prehistory or ancient history. So the reader is armed with at least a little bit of information. So when the characters do arrive in this new world, it's sort of like the reader is like, oh, okay, I know where they're at. So this is, now we can see how they react to it. But again, I could literally scrap this whole thing. This is more of a, if I include it, this is what I want it to be. And if I don't include it, then it was my time to waste, sort of a thing. So I am about to start the next writing stint. We've got a playlist here. And if you want to go check out that YouTube channel, it's Alexander Nakarada over on YouTube. So I will go ahead and get that started and dive in. So writing is like polishing rocks. First draft is just picking up the stone out of the river. There's 4 rounds of polishing before it's good enough. Well, I personally it's hard to say. For me, every chapter gets polished, varying levels of polish. Let's just say that. Some chapters have had 10 rewrites. And some chapters are a first draft. So I mean, I don't know if that means anything. Probably doesn't. Ultimately, once it's all assembled and then I go through, you know, with a fine-tooth comb, then I'll find more errors. Like I've written stuff tonight, gone back and been like, you know what? I'm just going to tighten that up a little bit. I'm going to take a few words out. I'm going to snip this, insert that sort of thing. So, you know, sort of like this right here, this last sentence right here. Now it was nothing more than a sarcophagus filled with the dead bones of decaying wisdom. That M dash right there. Just completely made all the difference in the world. Just stuff like that. Problem is, I have a tendency to want to over polish before I move on to the next part. And I have to constantly remind myself that it's never going to be good enough. And I have to remember that first and foremost, my job is to just get the damn story out. It will do no good in my head. Get the story out, warts and all, no matter how good or ugly it looks, and then chip away at it later. So if anyone ever asks me, how do you write a story? That's usually what I tell them. Write the damn thing, get it on the paper, get it out of your head. I don't care how bad it looks. You can, sort of like terrible boy bands that sing out of tune. You can fix it in post. Okay. I will, yeah. 65,000 words, then 3 years of delay before you polish it up into proper chapters. Do you have it posted anywhere out of curiosity? Because I know somebody's going to inevitably ask me if I have mine posted anywhere, and I don't. Not yet. I don't write fast enough to do a serial. Royal Road. Oh, awesome. I actually think I have an account there, but I haven't ever published anything yet. I was hoping to do, I actually have another series that I'm working on in tandem with this one. And it's, it was one that I was hoping to, get my foot in the door. I was like, well, I think what I'll do is I'll get like a couple dozen chapters finished. So that way I have plenty of cushion as I'm working on chapters. It's free. It has a recently updated tab, so it's easy for people to find. Keep track of your story when you post an update. I've heard that there's some stiff competition between authors, and if someone's story is popular and they don't feel like it should be, they get bent out of shape about it. Like, for example, let's say X author over here has a story that's really high up in the rankings, and then Y author comes in, writes inferior piece of fiction, and it suddenly bumps the other one out of first place. First place gets pissed, and horrible feud starts. I've heard some stories. Personally, I don't think anyone will ever think that my book is all that special. Portal Fantasy are literally a dime a dozen. Most of the ones you read on Amazon are mostly meant to progress the story enough so they can get to the next sex scene. Royal Road itself is cracked down on bad mouthing. Everyone has different tastes, so let people read what they want to read. Also, slow posting writers lose audiences. Yeah, see, that's my biggest concern is, well, like, take, for example, The Wandering Inn. Pirate is always writing, and I'm not always able to do that. Between gaming, doing my gaming channel, my gaming streams, IRL, my writing has definitely suffered this year. I've grown my channel, but at the expense of my creativity. So, yeah. My ideal my ideal situation would be finish the book and then upload it in installments, rather than try to upload it in installments and not catch up, not keep up, and then let people down. Most of the time, my particular attitude is if it's something, I write what I would want to read. And that's literally how this story came about. Most of the Portal fantasy that I've read do not have the things in it that I want. It's really hard to find, in the fantasy genre, not just Portal fantasy, but in fantasy genre in particular. I went looking for a female elf lead character, and I can't find them. It's like, what? Really? I wanted characters that were like a buddy cop drama. I can't find that. I wanted a fantasy that was layered and had lots of different characters. Only way I'm going to find that is if I read something that was trad published. And, you know, I want to support indie writers, but most of them don't have what I want. They're very linear story progression, not a lot of complication, not a lot of characters. I want a harem. Well, not me personally, I don't think, but I want to read about a harem that's actually done well. And all the problems and the bullshit that goes with it. The ups and the downs and the, oh my God, why is this happening to me? I hate my life. This was so not worth it. But I'm never going to find it, because usually when you go looking for a harem fantasy or a fantasy with harem aspects to it, it's usually always smut. So yeah, I'm like, you know what? These are what I want to read. So I'll just have to write it myself. Portal fantasy has been mistreated by the trope clones. If you take it seriously, it makes for a great medium. A sympathetic MC from a world similar to ours. So I'll submit to the new world so they can explore it for us. Yeah. It's exactly what I want. You know, I mean, problem A with a protagonist that ends up in another world is they get over it too quick. Guy goes to another world and he's like, oh my God, I'm in another world. Holy shit, there's magic. Oh my God, there's dragons. Oh, I just want to get back home to where I belong. I want to get back to my Netflix, my pizza delivery, and my Amazon, and my cell phone addiction. And I'm stuck here in medieval times. And within a week, they're completely over it. And it's like total acceptance. It's like, really, my guy? You got over your phone addiction that fast? You do realize that you're 6 months from every delivery place possible. Like, if you send out for Chinese food, it's going to take a year to get to you. You're not going to get overnight delivery. You're a mile from your nearest neighbor. You have to take a shit in a hole in the ground and wipe with oak leaves. You really don't want to go back anymore? So yeah, there's always, it always baffles me how quick they just come to total acceptance of this new world that they're in. And they don't have a total conniption fit. You only imply the smut happened in I am not a prude. I don't mind a raunchy romp, if they're done correctly. But I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna go out on a rant, okay? Let me bring my microphone in closer, because I don't want to have to talk loud. All right. So I want to read some Portal fantasy, and this is no lie. This is what happens. So I've got my Kindle Unlimited. I go to Kindle. I type in Portal fantasy, isekai, all the great keywords, right? And I'm not going to name names of any authors. I'm not going to name names of any books. You see a book, and it's got the pretty generic anime monster girl on the cover, whatever that may be, whatever flavor, you know, Catgirl, Dragon Girl, Elf Girl, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're on the cover. So I get a peek, and I'm gonna do a preview, or I put it, you know, I download it, and the first thing I do is I type in one phrase. And I'm going to type it here. All right? I'm going to put it in all caps. This is the phrase that I look for that tells me if I'm about to read some bullshit. Now, that's the phrase right there. You type that in, and if you see it just one time, it's bad. You already know they don't have much imagination when it comes to writing that sex scene. Because if this is how they're going to describe that, which let me tell you, it's never like that. Not even in our dreams is it like that. You'd have to have some sort of medical condition for it to be like that. I mean, I realize we're reading fantasy, but god damn. Now, the bad part is when I type that search phrase in my Kindle, and that comes up multiple times throughout a 280-page book. Then my mind is just blown. And I can't read it. Because that's one of those rare phrases that just makes me want to invent a time machine, go back in time, and prevent literature from ever being a thing. But like I said, I don't mind a good smutty read. But please, be creative. That's all I'm asking. I think it depends on the person. You know, you can do fade to black. You can do the camera turned to the window and the curtain blew in gently. You can do the rocking of the waves. You can do deep caresses. But rope after rope is just, ew, my guy. And it just smacks of, I don't like using this word because I feel like deep down we're all amateurs to some varying degree. But it smacks of amateur. Really badly. But more than that, it just tells me that they hurried up to get to where they wanted to go. Because like, I read one story and I finished it because I was already halfway through and I didn't want to not, you know, that's why I do the search now ahead of time, because once I'm committed to a book, I want to finish it, at least for the sake of the author, even if it's total trash. So I was reading one, they needed a ship. They were in a town. They were trying to navigate the back alleys of this fantasy town without being spotted. They needed to get a ship so they could get away, but to get a ship, they needed a captain. So they introduce a problem. And now our stalwart hero has to solve it. And this is great. This is great storytelling. I love this. Introduce a problem for your hero to solve. This helps propel your story. It's how you go through chapters. You don't have if you don't have conflict, you don't have resolution. And they introduced this conflict. They introduced this problem at the start of one page. And by the end of page 4 of this chapter, they had their solution. Literally, we're in this town. We need a ship. We need a captain. Oh my God. I'm not lying. They round the corner. They go down the stairs and they literally plow headfirst into bomb, bomb, bomb. What? You're a captain and you have your own ship? Yippee! Problem solved. And that was the level of storytelling that I got. But when it came to the sex scenes, holy shit, we're talking John Milton level verboseness. It was like 9-10 pages of the horizontal nasty and rope after rope. So yeah. I don't want to do that. So there's my rant. Another thing that, and this is since I'm on a tangent here. Thank you for that, by the way. No, it's not your fault. I hate reading this phrase right here. I'll put it in all caps, and it usually comes at the beginning at the start of a sentence. I don't like it at the start of a new sentence. I especially hate it at the start of a new paragraph. It's tolerable if it concludes a sentence, but it is a little phrase that I find pointless. It sounds good. It sounds like it means something, but it really doesn't mean anything. So you have a character do something or other, they do a thing, they say a thing, they execute a thing, something happens. And then this is what you get right here. The very next line is, and with that. It's the start of a new sentence, and with that, which is a follow-up to the previous sentence. But is it really? Or does it just sound good? Now, I've gone through a bunch of trad published books, and I've searched for this phrase, and it does come up from time to time. Maybe you can count on one hand how many times, say, Brandon Sanderson has used it in one of his books, and it's never been at the start of a sentence. It's usually been in the middle of a sentence or near the end of a sentence. But on indie books, if I see it once, I'm going to be on the lookout for it again. It's just like the other thing. And then I notice it a lot. So this is one of those things you'll never see me put in my book. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. And with that, just grinds my gears. It's not, I don't think it's grammatically incorrect. I just don't like it. Maybe I'll write a book called "And with That, ... You can accept that in a dialogue when someone doesn't want to finish saying something. It is something embarrassing or else just that bad. Yeah, you can literally break so many rules in dialogue. Dialogue is amazing. I'm of the opinion, I'm like Quentin Tarantino here, good dialogue can accomplish so much. Unless, of course, you devolve into just talking heads, and then it's kind of weird. So, okay, well, I'm going to get back to, I got to get this next stint going, so I'm going to start my music. I'm going to start the, I don't really have a timer. I just kind of go until I hit a good stopping point. And it's usually about 10 or 15 minutes. You'd never use that in your prose, though. Same with the ropes or the painting of wombs. It's so not realistic. Yeah, I look at it like if it's not something someone would say in real life, then it probably doesn't need to be a descriptor. Like if I would not use that to describe something in real life, like maybe if I was just an asshole and I was drunk with my friends, I might use the paint the womb thing, you know? I don't know. I don't even think I could. So anyway, I'm gonna get some music started. I need to get kind of back in I need to shift gears back into what I was doing here. So I will go ahead and for your benefit here, I will explain what is happening. The prologue. So we have two characters in the prologue. We have our primary character, which is Karis, and we have our secondary character, which is Aurele. They are currently in a library inside the ancient abandoned fortress city of Ma-Elor. It is a city that is situated on the Holy Mountain, the resting place of the dread gods in the eastern continent. Karis has been on a journey. She has, for the past 11 days, she has been appearing before the dread gods, and every day they throw her out. And every time they throw her out, she gets injured. This last time she got injured really, really bad. So the dread gods are kind of dicks. In fact, she could go so far as to call them bloody bastards. So she's used some healing magic on herself, and she's waiting for her flesh to mend. And this is sort of where we're at right now. And all of this stuff that I told you is stuff that is in this prologue. So it is information that is there. You also get the distinct impression that Karis is a powerful sorceress. Her traveling companion, Aurele, is a priestess who is not a full-fledged priestess, but is one of those companions that, sort of like drops everything and is like, I will follow you to the ends of the world. And congratulations, this is where they're at. Pretty much the ends of the world. All right. So they are now, we're in a new scene, and they are sitting down to enjoy a bowl of pottage, sort of like porridge. Basically it's like a meatless stew. There is no meat because animals don't come to the Holy Mountain. Go figure. All right, so let me backtrack a little bit. Now there is a little bit of telling. Please don't get me on my soapbox about show versus tell. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I show what I want. I tell what I want. Most of the time, it's more showing, but I just don't like being crucified for every little tiny thing that I tell. But anyway, there were those that believed the ancient city of Ma-Elor was cursed. But in the 5 years Karis had been on her quest, she'd come to understand a thing or two about curses and enchantments. This didn't feel like a curse. It was more akin to a deep well of great sorrow. I've been reading, Aurele said, bringing Karis from her thoughts. Oh, most of the scrolls here are too rotten to read clearly, but some are still intact. Karis scanned the old leaning shelves filled to near bursting with heaps and stacks of parchment. Most of the scrolls were tattered beyond recognition, crumpled into small bits and pieces across the ornate floor. In its prime, the Grand Library of Ma-Elor was the center of learning throughout the eastern lands. Karis could all but picture the troves of scholars and sages as they roamed the vast cathedral of knowledge, poring over the works of other great learned men and women. The thought of it made her heart ache, and she swallowed back another bite of the tasteless food. It was a shame that such knowledge was left to rot, to waste away in a place where it would be of no use to anyone. It had ceased being a library ages ago. Now it was nothing more than a sarcophagus, filled with the dead bones of decaying wisdom. Okay. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know why I changed all of these. You know what? I don't feel like changing every single one of those right now. God help me when I have to go back and do that, though. I don't know why this won't let me do this. Oh, it'll let me do that. No! Cancel. Never mind. That's just going to irritate me. I'll do this off stream. Okay, let's get this going. It'll take me a minute to get back into the flow of it. And then if there's more questions, I will answer when this sign is gone. All right, writing stint is done. Let's see. We got 334 words. Nice. We are nearing the end of this prologue. Probably one more page, I'm thinking. Probably one more page. So what I want to do real quick is run this through my text-to-speech and hear what it sounds like so I can catch some inconsistencies. And then I'm going to crunch some words, clean it up a little bit, and then we'll move on. So let's see. The text-to-speech does not pronounce Aurelé's name correctly. Pronounces it as Arul, but that's fine. It's a stupid text-to-speech. I'm only using it so that I can hear the words being said. So I can catch a missing word. All right. Let's see. I think I can do 500 characters. Oh, that is way too many. All right, we're going to have to do this. All right, let's listen to it. Bum, 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 bum.
You were able to understand what they said? Karis asked. Only some of them, Arule admitted. There are a lot of letters that are foreign to me. That makes sense. Most of the people that lived in Ma-Elor were from all parts of the eastern provinces. It's said that the Eastern Empire is the very birthplace of life. All people came from the east and settled outward.
All right. What I wouldn't give for a better text-to-speech program, but this one's free and it does an adequate job. I just can't use very many character spaces. This one might be too many. Let's see. Yep.
Karis could see that Arule wasn't following along that well, though she nodded her head as though she did. It made Karis smile. The poor girl had dropped everything to follow her from her village by the coast, a small pouch of belongings and a hopeful glint in her eye. Do you think the dread gods will help us? Aurelis was watching her closely, her face a veil of unreadable emotion.
I got a possessive there. Right, let's get rid of that. Aureles. That sounds like a I don't know, it sounds like a weird, I don't know. I don't even know what that sounds like. Aureles. Naturalreaders.com is what you use. Its character limit covers several pages. It's also free. You use the Microsoft Zero voice. It sounds the most human out of the lot. Huh. I think I have that one saved somewhere. Let me check. Oh, do you have to sign up? I'm sure you have to sign up for a free account. Um, I'll check that out. I'll check that out. Um, I'm gonna make sure I have that bookmarked. Thank you for that. Okay, let me do this next one here.
It was an answer that Karis didn't have. Her journey had taken her along so many different paths. Questions that didn't have answers. Answers that gave birth to more questions, and so on. If the Dread Gods didn't have a solution to this threat, if they couldn't resolve this curse, then they were truly lost. Karis quickly looked down into her bowl, pretending to study the wooden spoon as she rolled it back and forth along the inside. I can only pray that they will.
Did she just do a sigh? Did she just do it? What the what? I don't like it when AI sighs at me. This is a very disjointed conversation, and I may have to stitch this together a little bit better, but but this is how conversations sometimes go. You'll be talking about one thing, and then somebody will abruptly change the topic. So we'll see how this works. Let me do this next part. It's too many words. Let me do this one. We'll backtrack just a hair.
Karis quickly looked down into her bowl, pretending to study the wooden spoon as she rolled it back and forth along the inside. I can only pray that they will. I still miss them, Rolly whispered softly. My brothers, I mean. I wake up and sometimes think I can still hear them out at their morning chores. Subtle glints from the fire caught in the dampness under Here eyes. I'm afraid I'll wake up one day and forget them altogether.
Yes, under Here eyes. Here eyes. Their eyes. Everywhere eyes. Can you hear my eyes? Oh God, I'm mocking my own story. What's wrong with me? Hey, look, if I don't do it, everyone else will, all right?
Karis wished she had the right words. It was always like this. Always with the words, always at the worst times. Damn them. At last, Karis looked up and gave Aureli a gentle pat on her shoulder. We've all lost so much, we've all sacrificed. And if the Dread's gods can't see that, then they are no gods at all.
Dread's gods. Now the gods have dreads. Oh. I don't know what a dragon with dreads would look like. I'm going to have to go to AI art and type that in and be like, make me an image of a dragon with dreads. Yeah, I have a couple of I have a place that I put big chunks of my stuff into, and it crunches the words really good, and it can catch some things fairly well that I overlook, and it doesn't change what I want to say, but it points me in the right direction that gives me what I need to make changes. It isn't always 100%. I don't think that I don't believe that there is any good substitution for an editor or a proofreader, but there are a lot of tools these days that can do a damn good job. And I'll take everything I can get at this point. Okay, so we got rid of the dreads gods, and now they are just back to being the dread gods. Okay, so let me. It's time to put this in my word cruncher. All right. So. All right. Only some of them. Sorry, I don't have my Twitch tab up, so I can't see if there's chat going on just yet. Give me a couple of minutes here. Um, All right, so far so good. All right, so far so good. Bum 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 bum. All right. Our eyes, the dread gods will help us. All right, let's crunch this next. I think this is the part that I dislike the most. All right. All right, so I like the ellipsis there. I don't think I like it here though. No. There. Oh, wait. You know what? I changed my mind. Ellipsis it is. Missing quotation mark. Okay, so far so good. I like where all this is going. I didn't really have to clean this one up too much. I can always come back to it later. I'm satisfied with leaving this right here for now. So let me now read. We are going to read this whole thing. Hopefully it doesn't take me forever. And like I said before, I'm not a good narrator, so please overlook the fact that I'm not good at narrating. I would not do good to read my own book, but I'll try my best. Karis took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The pain was still there, but it was more manageable. The biting sting had passed, and she could feel the harsh throbbing of flesh mending together. From her place on the floor, Karis had a full view of the ancient paten ceiling, a depiction of some long-forgotten moment of the old world, high above the grand library, gods and goddesses withered and worn away by the passing of countless centuries. A flurry of movement caught Karis's attention as Aurele leaned over and pressed a cool, damp cloth against her forehead, obscuring the image of the gods at play. "They're all bloody bastards," she said, licking her lips. "You don't mean that," Aurele said, taking her hand and smoothing back Karis's tangled honey hair. "Just look at them," she said, moving her chin upward in the direction of the ceiling. "They don't have a care in the world." Twisting her head around, Aurele squinted at the painting. Maybe they just forgot about us. Somehow that seemed worse. All the more reason for them to be bastards. Taking another breath, Karis closed her eyes and focused her energy on the healing spell at work. Her injuries were getting worse, and each time it was taking more effort to recover. At this rate, her body would fall apart before she could complete her quest. "Do you think you feel up to eating, miss?" Truth be told, she hadn't felt like eating or drinking anything. Ever since they arrived at Ma Elor, Karis had thrown herself into her mission. Every bite of food and every sip of water was a small battle. Were it not for Aurele's concerns, she would have eaten nothing in the 11 days they'd been in the holy city of the dread gods. Bastards. The lot of them. Turning her eyes away, she said, "I'm not hungry." "Don't start in with that." Aurele was giving her that motherly tone again. "All great wizards need to eat. You said that last time." "It doesn't make it any less true, miss." "I'm not a wizard," Karis told her defiantly. "Sorceress, then. Now, are you going to eat, or do you want me to force it down you?" Karis gave her a half grin. I'm not that weak." "Do you really want to test that notion?" Reluctantly, Karis backed down and gave the other woman a curt nod, then let out a loud sigh. She'd allowed her focus to drift, and the pain was creeping back into the wound on her stomach. "What did you make?" "Oh, that's a question mark, if ever I saw one," Karis asked, leaning up just enough to look around. The only smells she'd noticed were the dank, dusty scent of rotten scrolls on leaning shelves, not the aroma of food. "I've not cooked it yet," she said, pushing against the other woman's forehead. "Just so long as it isn't pottage." "By the dread gods, how did you know?" Aurele feigned surprise. "You know I don't like that," Karis groaned. "It's the only ingredients we have. There's been no meat for a proper stew for days. Animals don't come to the holy mountain." "You can thank the dread gods for that," Karis said with a frown. "Speaking of which," Aurele hesitated, then rose to her feet and took a step away. "I was thinking I should go with you next time. My status as a priestess may offer us some advantages in the negotiations." "You are barely a priestess, and from what I've experienced, piety does not go very far with them." "Still, it's out of the question. I'd just as soon toss you to a roving band of devilkin than offer you up to those bastards." Reaching down to place a palm on her stomach, Karis shifted her gaze to follow Aurele as she set about starting a fire in the hearth. "Besides," she whispered, "if they don't break your mind, your body would surely be crushed." "I swore to follow you to the ends of the world, remember?" Karis snickered, spread her hands out above her. "I'd say that Ma Elor is as close as one can get to the ends of the world." "You won't even consider it?" Aurele's voice grew quiet. "I will not. It's enough that I must contend with them. I'll not have you putting yourself in danger just by being in their presence. The dread gods were harsh masters. For 11 days, Karis had sought their audience, and 11 times she'd been thrown out. Each time, she came away wounded. She winced at the memory of her recent encounter, and instinctively cupped her hand over her abdomen. Sorry, I thought of something here. There we go. The pain was almost gone. By tomorrow, it would be healed completely, and she would start again. Turning her eyes upward to the ceiling once more, Karis let her gaze linger on the visage of the entwined dragons. Old-world monsters. Legends. Gods. The paintings showed them as benevolent rulers, creators bringing life to the dark corners of the world. For the past 11 days, she'd grown to know them better. Dreadful, awful creatures, bathing in their own solitude, contented in their own selfish amusements. No, Aurelie, you will not be facing those bastards. Not if I can help it. By the time the pottage was done, Karis was healed enough to sit up. Aurelie brought her a bowl and spoon, but insisted on first blowing on it thoroughly. Karis indulged her as repayment for earlier. I'm sorry, she said, taking a spoonful from the still steaming bowl. I know you don't like being left by yourself. Oh, it's fine. I promise it won't be much longer, Karis said, offering her a thin smile. Your journey has been so long already, and... She paused. It could take even longer. Karis rested her spoon on the edge of her bowl and stared off towards the still crackling fire in the hearth. She would take as long as it was necessary, whatever it took to make them understand. It's hard to believe that any creator would wish to see their creation come to annihilation. Surely they could be made to see reason. No, they must see reason. Karis mumbled, taking another bite from her bowl. The food tasted bland. Every bite was like warm, flavorless mud sliding down her throat. She hadn't wanted to say anything. It wasn't Aurelie's fault. The food had grown more tasteless the longer they'd been in the abandoned city. There were those that believed the ancient city of Ma-Elor was cursed. But in the 5 years Karis had been on her quest, she'd come to understand a thing or two about curses and enchantments. This didn't feel like a curse. It was more akin to a deep well of great sorrow. I've been reading, Aurelie said, bringing Karis from her thoughts. Oh? Most of the scrolls here are too rotten to read clearly, but some are still intact. Karis scanned the old leaning shelves filled to near bursting with heaps and stacks of parchment. Most of the scrolls were tattered beyond recognition, crumpled into the small bits and pieces on the ornate floor. In its prime, the Grand Library of Ma-Elor was the center of learning throughout the Eastern lands. Karis could all but picture the troves of scholars and sages as they roamed the vast cathedral of knowledge, poring over the works of other great learned men and women. The thought of it made her heart ache, and she swallowed back another bite of the tasteless food. It was a shame that such knowledge was left to rot, to waste away in a place where it would be of no use to anyone. It had ceased being a library ages ago. Now it was nothing more than a sarcophagus, filled with the dead bones of decaying wisdom. You were able to understand what they said? Karis asked. Only some of them, Aurelie admitted, though many of the letters are foreign to me. That makes sense. Most of the people who lived in Ma-Elor were from all parts of the eastern provinces. It's said that the Eastern Empire is the very birthplace of life, that all peoples came from the east and settled outward. Karis could see that Aurelie wasn't following along that well, though she nodded as though she did. It made Karis smile. The poor girl had dropped everything to follow her from her village by the coast, a small pouch of belongings and a hopeful glint in her eye. Do you think the dread gods will help us? Aurelie was watching her closely, her face a veil of unreadable emotion. It was an answer that Karis didn't have. Her journey had taken her along so many different paths, questions that didn't have answers, answers that gave birth to more questions, and so on. If the dread gods didn't have a solution to this threat, if they couldn't resolve this curse, then they were all truly lost. Karis quickly looked down into her bowl, pretending to study the wooden spoon as she rolled it back and forth along the inside. I can only pray that they will. I still miss them, Aurelie whispered softly. My brothers, I mean. I wake up and sometimes think I can still hear them out at their morning chores. Subtle glints from the fire caught in the dampness under her eyes. I'm afraid I'll wake up one day and forget them altogether. Karis wished she had the right words. It was always like this, always with the words, always at the worst times. Damn them! At last, Karis looked up and gave Aurelie a gentle pat on her shoulder. We've all lost so much. We've all sacrificed. And if the dread gods can't see that, then they are no gods at all. And there it is. All right, guys, I am going to wrap it up here. I think we made exceptional progress. When I started this stream, I was only 300 words in, and now we are 1,600 words and 5 pages. I don't have much more to go, and this prologue will be finished. I don't know how well this stream will do. I did it kind of on a whim because I really wanted to get some writing done today, and I wanted to strike while the fire was hot, while the iron was hot, while all of it was hot. I might do another one of these. I'm hesitant to do a dual stream because I don't know what my YouTube audience will do. Twitch has been kind of non-existent, so I wasn't really worried about, running anyone off. But I have no idea what this would do to my YouTube algorithm or my channel's algorithm, to say the least. But I will probably upload this to my channel. So if you missed anything, you can definitely check it out there. It'll take a couple of days for me to get it over there. But in the meantime, big huge thanks to everyone who stopped by, and big huge thanks to Sean R. Kaiser. I'm hoping I pronounced that correctly. If you want to watch me do some gaming, definitely check out my YouTube channel. But I also dual stream whenever I game. So I game and I stream on YouTube and I stream here. So pick your poison, I guess. Also, if anyone is interested in supporting the channel and you like what I do, you can consider becoming a member of the Patreon. Links in the linkity link, or you can become a member of the YouTube channel. I have memberships available. You get some stuff. You get emotes, priority responses in chat, and something else. I don't remember what. It's something good, I bet. It's more like K and Sir. Ah, I see. So it's K-Sir. Okay. All right. If I can't get it, I'll just call you Sean. But anyway, thank you so much for stopping by. I need to go get some breakfast, and I need to go to bed because I am a night owl and it is currently 6 a.m. here. But yeah, definitely check back. My story is not posted anywhere, but if anyone wants to be a alpha reader at some point, I will be offering that one day, hopefully. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Have an amazing day. Keep being awesome, and I will see you all in the next, you got it, live stream. Bye.